bacteria server, you know?
Oh, yeah.
She just like runs in.
We're on, by the way. But yeah.
She just runs in to knock them around.
Oh, shit. Alright, I think we're good. I just gotta pull up chat on the other computer. Alright. I have it set so that it's stuck to Clip Studio, not my whole screen, so hopefully that means I don't have to worry about like getting out ever or showing shit I don't want to show. But we'll see what happens. Alright, so I gotta figure out how this shit works. So, yeah, the main thing is it looks like the arc shows up before the actual saber itself does anything. Is the main trick. Yeah. But then sometimes the saber right, okay. There you go. Alright, well this will take a little fiddling, but we'll figure it out. I have to figure out a way to give it a glow to some extent. It's been 84 years. Yo, Fuzzy Will. Welcome. We're back. Yeah, it has been a long time. It was the last 3-4 months were particularly miserable because there were just so many things. I mean, getting the Steam page up, planning a Kickstarter, all that shit was a lot more work than I hoped it would be, because it even had like little business things I had to do and stuff. What else? The specific work on the game I was doing recently was a little bit aggravating. Shit, like finishing the level editor. What else? Oh, and then on top of it too, I've had to add in, because I plan on starting a Japanese YouTube very soon, like quite soon. So I had to start doing Japanese speaking practice. Not conversation. Speaking and conversation are two different things. All right, let's make sure. Here, let me. What the fuck? Let me make sure that. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, conversation and speaking are two different things, and what the frick is this thing doing? How did this bar just decouple? And now it won't let me grab it. I think if we have to do that, then do that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's specifically speaking practice, like pronunciation and all that stuff, and I've been imitating Masahiro Sakurai's videos, and that's been really good. Not just trying to get his like way of speaking, but also like his word choices and tone of voice, trying to internalize that, because it's a good, I really like his like business casual thing. I think that's a really good aesthetic for a gaijin, because it's like polite, but not that unintelligent, like default sounding gaijin politeness, where they kind of just spam desmas without tact. It's a specific like business casual that I think is really good. the yeah, that kind of shit. That guy you were interviewed with, how good was this Kaiwa? He was I guess it was fine. I mean, it's really hard to say because you don't know, like, for example, if you're to take like Tikyo Sam, and I love Tikyo Sam because Tikyo Sam was the guy that showed me who Katz was, so nothing against Tikyo Sam. But like if you put Tikyo Sam in situations he's used to, he can Kaiwa quite well. Even though his Japanese has kind of deteriorated to nothing overall, and if you put him in another context, he's not really going to Kaiwa well at all. So it kind of just depends. But yeah, he seemed like he had... He said that he had put a lot of practice into it, I guess. So good for him. I genuinely have zero interest in like normal Kaiwa type shit. Like I'm going to learn how to speak intellectually and educatedly sounding and all that crap. I am not gonna oh, I gotta save this shit. I just gotta make sure nothing. Okay, good. All right, we are good. Yeah, like I am not interested. It's like some Haruhi shit. I'm not interested in normal Kaiwa until I can talk like an intellectual. Okay, I have to make a new folder. Until I can talk fluently like an intellectual, especially in regards to my subjects of concern. I'm not concerned with anything else. Alright, let's do this. Oops. So yeah, my the JP YouTube should go quite well. Should be nice and easy to figure out. All right, so I think we want like a reddish. Okay, so the actual, the saber itself is supposed to be essentially white, or literally white. It might have to be not white. It might need to be something that's off-white, and then just use a glow. Or, yeah, off-white might be the correct answer here. Because I think if it's too white, the glow will get too strong. I'll just try off-white for now. It needs to make an arc with its color, but kind of faded. Yo, Metal Wolf. Yep, El New. Yeah, I don't know if he, I don't think he was geomaxing type. I think he was more of a exchange student type. More interested in kind of like the academic side of things. That's usually a healthier way of going about it. Yeah, Fuzzy, way to go. I'm proud of you, Fuzzy. Because I know. Let's see. I think what would be most interesting is if it comes down kind of like that, and then there's another one that counters like that. And the final, I want to do an effect where the final thing evaporates. Into flame. Probably from this position. So that's kind of why I have another flame animation up, just for reference. Also the question too is like, will it have like a design like that? Something like that. No, that looks weird. That looks like let me see real quick what the hell he's doing here. Oops. Okay, all right. We're just gonna worry about the arc of the beam for now. And then we'll see. So this will actually be one of the later ones. But yeah, the key is that I want to be able to speak all of my thoughts in a way on the YouTube channel where, you know, it's all going to be pre-scripted. It's not like I'm going to speak off script or anything. But yeah, I want to be able to speak all my thoughts in a way where people go, oh shit. It's not impressive that he's speaking Japanese. It's just impressive, period. Like the intellectual content of what he's saying is good, is intellectually stimulating, because that's the key. You don't want to be good for a gaijin. That's humiliating. So I'm just not going to worry about speaking live. I'm just fully concerned with making sure that I'm just going to make sure that all wait, because it was like yeah. I'm just going to make sure that all scripted stuff sounds really good, that my delivery sounds empathetic and, you know, personable and all that shit. What the hell's going on? Where is this? Oh, I see. Right, so if that's the arc, then okay. I gotta see what it looks like when. Okay, I see. Right, okay, so the problem is we can't do gradients, so what we need to do is find out like a nice way to get like sort of equivalent of a gradient going. It's gonna have to be like using some kind of trick to convey the equivalent of a gradient. Something like that. Yeah, like something like that, yeah. The question is like once it chills, because it has to, the question is how exactly to arc it, because, oh, I see, okay. I see. It needs a much, something like that. There's gonna be a little bit of trial and error. This is the problem when, like, you know, you're learning effects animation on the fly, is you can't like know all your options until you've actually just literally tried some shit out crudely. It surprisingly takes a really long time to figure out how to do all this crap. There's always surprises to be had. Okay. Just want someone else to be drawing some etchy stuff of. So I was distracted. I was actually gonna. I was going to put up some like. In the near future, I want to open a fan box with crap like, you know, with crap like exclusive art or short story shit, with art. So we'll see where that goes. All right, because of its. All right, so this. Right. Oops. I'm just gonna do this really crudely first.
Oh, did you want to know if I stream chats or? Cause it looks like
Oh shit! I totally forgot.
it doesn't work as an ad. It seems like for some reason.
It doesn't what?
Well, Will tried to add it and it didn't work, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think only I can do it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'll do it. Oops.
And then one other thing.
Here, I'll do it right now.
Before I go to Chiaga's, just take a look, make sure that we like it.
Overwhelming. Nobita goes crazy with theirs. Yeah, and so yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking that I was thinking about how they did that, and it's a really nice. It's a really nice way of like, for a while, especially like making something that's not eroge, at least at present time, and then still being able to have something that still serves that role is really nice.
Alright, so what do you think?
Yes.
Okay, so it's okay to start the shit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks balanced to me.
Yeah. All right, I just gotta test this real quick. See what the frick happens from this. Yeah, so my first Japanese video is gonna be basically gonna be me like kind of saying everything I said in the first devlog I ever made, except the difference is it's gonna only be like 12 minutes, 10 or 12 minutes or something, and then it's just gonna be me saying everything in a very like Japanesey way, like that's what what the. Oh, I had the order completely wrong. I'm gonna be saying everything in a very Japanesey way. That's one of the things I love about the whole Japanese culture stuff, is how you can just be like modest and indirect and crap. Like you can say like, I really respect this person and I think it's great what they're doing. I think it's phenomenal and I'm so happy for them. However, for me personally, I want to do things a different way. And that will register. That in Japanese translates to like, I can't stand that person and I hate everything about them and I disagree with their entire existence. And just the fact that like subtlety reads that you can be like humble, you can be implicit. Oh, this actually works well. Damn. The fact that you can be humble, implicit, all those things is just such a breath of fresh air. Whereas the West is cooked. You have to, if you're not saying you're the best every 2 seconds, then you're the worst. And everyone's just going to think you're the worst. You can't be implicit. You can't be humble. It's just cooked. Damn, I'm surprised how well this worked. All right, sweet. Nova, music, hello. How we doing? I'm going to get up for 2 seconds. I just need to... I need to grab my eats. I didn't really eat yet. Hold on. Good shit.
The rest of it should go pretty well.
I'm gonna have to get up again in a sec. Taba. Some hot cocoa. And some hot chino. Alright, I just want to put a little bit of like perspective inflection on it. This is gonna anti-alias it. Let's go to hard edges. Oh, I already anti-aliased it. Oops. Whatever. Now let me just make sure that that reads properly. Drink 3 cups. It's funny. Oh, that's what I was gonna say too about what was so miserable about the last 4 months. I legitimately hit a overwork point. Just it was a long time coming from just a lot of shit. Just not just since this project started, but just like stuff I was doing from before the project and stuff. Just a lot of shit piled up at once, and so many things happened. Like I got that MTD shit in my voice box where you actually like your voice box tightens up so much that it's as if it's permanently flexed like a rock. So your voice box literally turns into a rock, and that was cooked. I was completely cooked, and it took a lot of like self-therapy to get that to go back to normal. It wasn't terrible though, because I learned some really good voice exercises in the process that actually helped with doing like music and stuff. So it was an overall positive experience for those reasons. But yeah, that was scary as shit, and really uncomfortable. Forced me to take some time off and stuff as well. Not a ton of time, but a little bit of time. I also got the flu recently for January, which also forced me to take a little bit of time off. But yeah, a lot of these things, they were sort of just compounding with overwork in general. And I found myself, like, against my wishes, just sleeping large amounts of time and shit. It's just like energy is not infinite. It's a currency. And it builds up, stress builds up on both an immediate and long-term level. And, you know, there's times where you just have to pay the price. And so especially when you're going through like a period where you're like getting like physical freaking ailments and shit that are like forcing you to rest more than you want to, that can avalanche into, here, let me see if the player... It's going to turn it all blurry, but... Yeah, you can kind of see it. Oops. You can kind of see it. It's blurry, but you can see it. Yeah, so... yeah, it's going to cascade into... What's going to happen is that, like, if you have a ton of long-term stress built up, it's gonna essentially infect the ailment and make it like a super ailment. And I just had a lot of days of sleeping 12 hours during the last 3 months in particular that were just awful. And this feeling of just like never feeling like you slept. Like, no matter what, it doesn't feel like you slept. That was kind of the feeling I had for a while. And it was just awful. But the forced relaxation, getting some ailments that forced me to slow down a little bit was actually probably a blessing in disguise in some ways. But yeah, at any rate, shit is not easy. But I feel very charged, because that's the thing with the coming period with like releasing like Chapter 1 and shit. For those who don't know, Chapter 1 it's going to be Deltarune style. Chapter 1 will be like a free demo and all that stuff. I figured, I crunched the numbers in the lab, and that turned out to definitely be the best choice. Like, I can't be exhausted. I need to have lots of energy, because I need to be running like a Japanese YouTube. I have a ton of videos I'm working on for the main channel. And I just, during the midst of all that, I need to be able to communicate with people well and be producing the work. I can't like stop the game dev, the work on the game dev and all that shit. So yeah, it's like you have to be in a higher state of mind. You need to be able to access deep levels of energy. But the issue is that I can't access the YOLO stores of energy like I used to be able to when I was younger. Where you just go insane and you just do something like, you just do like some ball shit, like some Kaioken shit. Yeah, there's a point where you just can't You just cannot do that. Oh my god. This reminds me of the fucking Undertale slash right now. Hold on. I gotta pull up some reference again. Right. Okay. Okay, so what we actually want to do is have a vague arc show up before anything else with a lighter color or some shit. I actually don't know what. Let me see. Yeah, it needs to be like a faded, desaturated thing. So we're gonna do a cool effect where the arc shows up instantly, and then the thing follows it. Let's just see what happens with this. Yeah, like that. Okay, that should do it. I'm confused what to do with the actual arc one now. Okay, the arc appears. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Right. Okay, alright, I see it. Oh, shit. Music. Howard, have you caught up with the latest Headbond chapter? Just finished Go Chuhen, and it's absolutely insane. Yeah, I sadly haven't. I'm still at the end of 4. Kohen with 4. And I've been dying to make time. Like, what I'll do is I'll find time to put in like an hour or 2 a day for a period, and then I'll just get like interrupted and lose the habit again. But yeah, I'm dying to get to it. I'm wicked hyped. So I have 3 days left in 4, and then I'll be on 5 finally. But yeah, I'm super hyped. I'm just so shocked at it. Every single time I read more, or I guess play more shit of it, rather, I'm always just there's just always something new to shock me with it. I think what we'll do is... Oh, shit. One thing that, like, I was explaining the other day that's just, like, so particularly mind-blowing about it is that, like, if you take, like, Chapter 2, for example, you know, without spoiling the contents to anyone, it's basically, like, on like, a drama level and in terms of, like, using these, like, two foil characters in this fateful relationship with this anticipation element and you know, tragic fate element and all this stuff. It's like, of course, with, you know, with Aoi and Ruka, it's like literally like almost in concept. It's almost like, because that whole chapter is a very kind of like it's a very kind of like, I guess you could say like classic leaning. I think what we'll do is maybe thin this guy as it goes. No, we'll just let it go for now. Yeah, it's a very kind of like classic leaning key arc in a sense. Because of that. But then it ends and it's like essentially exposition. It's essentially like an expositional chapter. So it's almost like the way I describe it is like, okay, imagine taking the after story portion of Clanad and having that be expositional to a story. It's like almost unthinkable. But that's what we're working with. That's why like I remember finishing chapter 2 and just thinking like I don't even give a shit if like I don't even care what happens from here. That was up to that point, that was, as far as I'm concerned, like a new thoroughly satisfying Jun Maeda game, basically. And then you read the third one and it just stays being insane, and then 4 just stays being insane. It's just crazy. It's truly crazy. This is, I think this is not, I don't think I'm doing this right. I just gotta see, I guess just see what happens with this. So. All right, let's see what the fuck happens with this. Boom, boom. I don't think the after or the before image, the anticipation thing effect, I don't think that's actually gonna work here. Yeah, it's not gonna work because it needs, you need like a full composited thing to, like, it has to read as an actual like faded, like a faded color. It's just not gonna, yeah, with like too crude of pixel expression, it's just not gonna, it's not gonna read. So we have to get rid of the. We have to get rid of the anticipation thing. Actually, I'm curious what happens if I just export it like this. Nah, that's done. Alright, let's see what happens now. Yeah, I mean, this basic idea works. It just needs to look nicer. Yeah, this should work. It's like boom, boom. Yeah, that should work. I just have to, you know, make it look nice. And then at the end, the beam sort's gonna evaporate into fire type thing, like dark flame type shit. I'm going for this like irony where, well, it's just very inspired by like Xehanort's attacks and KH. It's going for like what if bright shit was an expression of dark power. I also have the original Tenchi OVA up for reference as well because of Ryoko's power is very similar type power. Like a prologue, yeah, you could say, like, exactly. It's like Hebon is set up where like the first 3 chapters essentially introduce, like, you don't get like the main idea of the story until like after 3 whole chapters in, and these chapters are like dense. Like they're like a lot. You've covered pretty much the amount of text in like a long VN after 3 chapters. So yeah, it's like it has this really like. It has this feeling like the exposition is extremely long, but at the same time, it does all the emotional arcs you would expect out of like a full story, so to speak. Yeah, Kotomi after story, that would be fire. Nova. Top 1 VN. Yeah, exact. Yeah, music. No question. No question, music. We're going to do at least an analysis of the first 2 chapters. Analyzing anything like further than 2 chapters might get a little insane, but we'll see. For sure, it has to be talked about. I'd like to make some Japanese videos about it too, just because I think it's important to stress how meaningful it is as a project and shit. I'm excited to see just like what the Japanese people think when I make a YouTube, because they were very excited at me. They got very excited at Castle's announcement. Like they were very like, oh, yo, this is exciting that a gaijin is doing this shit. So to actually see me record myself speaking to them directly should be really cool. Hopefully they don't bully me. Will this be the new Deltarune? I'm gonna call you Hussy because your tag kind of looks like Hussy. That was like how I first read. Yes, we're making the new Deltarune right now. Except it's like, imagine Deltarune but on super crack. On super steroids. But yeah, put simply, Hussy. It's supposed to compete with. Castle is meant to compete directly with Deltarune. In fact, I have a video that I recorded. It's an hour-long video. It's in the works right now, and it's gonna be called like, the video title is something like my JRPG competes with Deltarune or something like that. And it should be a super good video. All right. I think this basically does it. I just need to make this nice. I just need to add fill-ins, make this look not sloppy, and then add like the fire dissipation effect. I think what I'm going to do is actually move this more over. Yeah, some people will get pissed off, but the video actually kind of glazes Toby a little bit, just as much as it, because it's like important, like if I'm trying to hype this like rivalry as being significant, if I'm trying to force this rivalry into effect, it's important that Toby is glorified on some level. I actually, what's really gonna piss people off in the video is actually how much I can't. Speaking of Hussy, I actually glaze Hussy quite a bit in the video, which is probably gonna be the most controversial point by far. Because Hussy is quite hated these days.
Fucking hate Hussy.
I don't like Hussy either, obviously. But I can't deny that he was able to do some good work back in his day. What the fuck is this? Alright. Yeah, I think this is pretty sick, actually. This should be a really satisfying attack to use. Boom, boom. Alright, now we just gotta make it so that the sword does some kind of cool dissipation trail off shit. Let me just look at some footage of Xehanort attacking again. Just to make sure I got the feel right. This indicates to me that I have definitely got... Yeah, okay, got it. This indicates to me I've definitely gotten a lot better at doing this bullshit because most of the time shit doesn't come this easy. Sorry, who is Hussey? Oh, Elnu. Yeah, Hussey is the guy who made Homestuck. He's a fairly infamous figure. He's now an infamous figure, but he is the guy who made Homestuck. My fault, gang. Yeah, it's your fault, Hussey. Fuck you. Yeah, well, the Hussey's in a weird spot with Deltarune fans where, like, they kind of want to respect him because Toby insists that he should be respected. And Deltarune fans, by and large, like to try and listen to what Toby said. I notice that recently, Toby has kind of hit the age where I feel like there's starting to emerge a little bit of a dissonance between him and his fans. Like, I've been seeing for the first time ever in his entire career some cancellation attempts and stuff, for example. They all failed pretty badly, but I have been seeing some cancellation attempts and stuff like that. And a lot of the time they try to hit him for being friends with Hussey. And this is where I actually do have a lot of respect for Toby. He's always stood... I don't know if he's just doing this out of principle or just being naive, but at any rate, he likes to stand his ground as far as his friendship with Hussey. That is... So yeah, Hussey's in the spotlight a little bit, mostly just because of shit like that. The main thing I have to bring him up for is I have to talk about the whole lore of, why this or that was culturally significant and how the indie dream even came to be a thing and stuff. I kind of forgot some of the script. I recorded it a few weeks ago, so I kind of forgot some of it, but I know that basically what my goal is to glorify. My goal is to glorify the factors that made Toby what he is today as much as possible, so that I can try and say that, like, trying to compete with that is as interesting as possible, so to speak. We're trying to keep. We want the Toby economy to be high, so to speak. Like, we want a lot of value in the Toby economy because it flows directly back into the Ode economy for now, basically, to put it simply. Oh shit, I gotta get my food. Hold on. Shit, don't do that. Do that. Do that. I can't tell if what I'm doing is a good idea right now. Just got to try. My sense for this crap is definitely shot up though. That might not be the right. Well, let's just see. Let's just see what the hell we get. Year of the Oda has begun. Sartan J. Is that who I think it is? I won't say who I think it is. Welcome back at any rate. Yes, the year of the Oda has begun. Crazy shit is about to go down this year. Like, unironically. Like, unironically crazy shit is going to happen. Because we're going to have Castle, Chapter 1 is going to drop. Chapter 2 will be, like, way shortly, like, right after, too. Because I'm not in, like, Toby's position where each chapter takes, like, a long time. It's set up so that, like, all the work has to go into just doing this initial chapter, and then it's easy to get the rest. We're actually going to have a explicit schedule with all of it. Each chapter will drop with a release date for the following one, always. So yeah, the year of the Oda is here. And we're going to be doing a lot of analysis streams and shit too. Like, just in general, we're going to be declaring war on Shonen Slop. I'm half joking with that. I'm half serious. Yeah, just a lot of shit. A lot of shit's going to go down. Alright, that looks stupid. This is not going to work. I think the trick is that... What comes with my pre-order? Let me think. A little like PVC keychain thing. We're definitely doing PVC keychain stuff. You can. Oh yeah, because you could do. I'm gonna do like a Zune style physical, no question. We'll do a little keychain thing with it. Little SD character art keychain thing, because those are always fun. I'll think of some other stuff. I can only put in merch that's like flat and can be, you know, packaged in a tiny like envelope type packaging, because anything else spikes the shipping. And it's just, you just don't want bulky things anyway. You want like little tiny, small memorabilias are nicer anyway. Game of the century, yes. You'll be able to, there will be, it'll be even, it'll be even hyper than when, Blood Moon and Tribunal or whatever. It'll be like that on Hypercrack. All right, I think we got it. Yeah, I got the basic idea now. Okay, and so from here it's gonna evaporate into flame, and we'll just make this not look like shit in a sec. The last part, yeah, this should not get... Well, I'll figure it out in a sec. Let me grab my food. Oh, I'm new to your work. Welcome, Hussy. I am planning on officially launching... I'll tell you in 2 seconds. I gotta calculate it. Yes. Oh yeah. Soundtrack for sure. Yeah. What I do want to, I want to do like a manual. I want to put in an actual like classic games, an actual like nicely designed manual with a few pages.
Oh, I could draw stuff for that.
Yeah, and you can draw shit for that. Yeah, exactly. Because like that shit was just so like there's something so just demoralizing about buying a game and having like first what happened was manuals got really lame, then they just stopped existing at all. So I want to make like actual like Famicom days tier manuals. Probably won't be as many pages, but if it's at least like 5 or 6 pages, that would be sick. Okay, yeah, that should.
It's okay if I take the phone, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so when we release Chapter 1, it has to be between Next Fests. I'm pretty sure Steam. Yes, yeah, an art book altogether will definitely happen. There will definitely be an art book altogether. But yeah. When it comes to actually releasing, I actually have a lot of really cool shit to show in an art book. There's like surprisingly a lot of interesting like design process crap and ton of shit that no one has seen before. And those are always just nice for, you can put commentary in them and crap. Undertale actually had a really good art book. So we would be aiming to make ours at least as interesting as that. Possibly more. Likely more. Okay. All right, we're good. All right, so now from here it needs to do like a flame effect type thing. This frame I'm not fully convinced on, but we'll figure it out. So the next fest. Let me find out when the next fest is, because typically when you're not a big name, you want to release your. If you're gonna drop like a big fat demo, a big fat official demo. In this case, the demo will be, it's Deltarune style. It's gonna be all of Chapter 1, so it's more like an actual game than a demo. But okay. February, we have the next fest. This February is Next Fest, and then the next one is June. February, June. Yeah, the next one is June. So basically, we want it to drop before June. Preferably by a few weeks. That would be ideal. If we miss that for some reason, because like for example, I might hoard it even if it's done, just for like marketing reasons. Even if it's done, I might hoard it a little bit. In which case it would drop in like July or August. But the good news, if that happened, is that the second one would be, even closer. Absolute savage. Howard, would you say gameplay in the abstract is boring as shit and that most good games are elevated by their secondary elements? I have like a very specific philosophy about that. I would say that with most games, though, yeah. Like if we're talking most games, yeah, most games do not have good gameplay. That's just like especially these days. That's just like a fact. That's just an inconvenient truth that most games do not have good gameplay. And yeah, so for most games, that is true. Some games do just kind of have like really well thought out gameplay and are interesting for that. But yeah, many do not. Many do not. Castle I'm trying to make interesting on both fronts. Like, I'm trying to make it a game that's inherently interesting. Like, because of, you know, I'm trying to make it as if you like classic, if you like Gen 1 competitive Pokemon, you'll like what I'm doing with Castle's gameplay. If you don't, then it doesn't matter because the game will still be made to be interesting to you, even to people who don't like that. Gosh, yeah. Yeah, Will, I think a lot of that just comes on how a lot of the paper quality I think just depends on how much you pay, really. It's just the more you pay, the nicer you can get. The nicer paper you can get, I guess, is just really, I think, just the cold hard truth of it. Hi, Bonnet Renmei book. Oh yeah, I have a lot. I have a lot of art books I collect. I have quite a few at this point. They're nice because it is annoying to only have. It can be annoying to only have, you know, digital files. It can be nice to have the stuff printed. Especially too, because sometimes it depends, but sometimes you can only get certain reses of images high from the printed material. JRPG gameplay, basically nothing but Ys and Tales of. For your experience, Sarton? I have played quite a number of RPGs, and I do have like various strong thoughts about different ones, but at the end of the day, I really genuinely think that that Gen 1 Pokemon competitive is still just, I still just think that's the best RPG system ever. It has like glaring issues that suck ass about it, but I'm fixing all those, so. Yo, Hussy with the $10. Yeah, stock market crash. Holy shit, holy based. Thank you so much, thank you so much, Hussy Gods. That's what your name looks like to me, Hussy Gods. The Odonomics of the crypto crash. I honestly don't know. I hope the industry doesn't have too much vested interest in that shit, or if they did, they pulled out when the time was right. I mean, it's not affecting me, so I deeply appreciate that. Hussy Gods. Same for Chinese Tech Manual and Go Beyond Kids. But yeah, exactly. Well, video clock. What do I think of Disco Elysium? I didn't play it video, and I probably never will. But if there's like a good like YouTube slop review of it or something where I could check it out, I'm willing to do that. I heard the writing's cool, but I'm sorry. I can't give a shit. I don't typically make time for. Very, very rarely do I make time for Western writing. Very rarely. If there's like a video or whatever, I would check it out, but yeah. There's a category of, yeah, exactly. Interesting as a sport, but not as art yet. That definitely happens, Elmo. No question. Thoughts on Xenogears? I love the art and the music and all that shit. The story sucks like hyper amounts of cock, though. It's basically like, did you ever have that friend in middle school that he would write like a notebook? He would write like a fantasy novel in his notebook, and it's like 10 gorillion pages long, and it's just so bad. And you're just like, how is this so long but so bad? Like, you would think somewhere in the time it took, like, you would get competent at writing, but they just didn't. Yeah, that's pretty much Xenogears. It has sometimes it gets like so bad it's good type shit. I think the so bad it's good is kind of cringe, but like Xenogears is a case where it literally is like that sometimes. Like, I'm not kidding. There's a scene where a character makes this like super gun where you can shoot a mech into another mech or something to destroy it, but the price you have to pay is that the guy riding the mech you turned into a bullet has to like die. So this dude accidentally uses that gun, that like cannon, not knowing he had his dad in it. And so a dude walks up to him and is like, dude, you just like killed your dad with that dad gun. He's like, what the fuck? I just killed my dad with the dad gun? And then another dude walks out. It's like, oh, no, don't worry. I improved it. I improved the dad gun. So your dad's still alive. And then the dad comes out and they're like, oh, and they just laugh. It's like, oh. It's cooked. It feels like a parody. Sounds Muramasa-esque. Yeah, it's Muramasa without any if the author had no writing EXP. I guess you could say. It's definitely like, I honestly don't even know what it is. I don't know what to call it, but most fact of the matter is most games and most RPGs are written like shit. So, some of them aren't, or some of them have sections that are well written, because sometimes they'll hire a writer just to like clean up a section or clean up a part of it. Very rarely will an RPG just really grab a good writer and just really let them cook, unless it's like smaller studio type stuff like that. ORKASTLE will be the film fulfillment of Nishida's Junsui Keiken. I'm trying to figure out. Sorry. And I'm gonna cheat and Google what you just said. I agree. At any rate, I agree. I agree with that. Yo, Fumo. Long time no see. Yeah, it is going very strong. I last couple months were a little bit cringe, as I was saying earlier, because I had a couple health ailments. Things got a little bit slower than I would have liked. There was a lot of like overhead with getting the shit on Steam and stuff, like some cringy, like I gotta pull up the one book, Yoshida Effects. Yeah, so there was just like a lot of bullshit. It was just not fun. Some slowdowns and stuff, but otherwise we're going quite well. Okay, here it is. The problem with these things, like you never know like what exactly is gonna work or not work until you actually try some shit out. So I don't think I've ever done one of these effects without like some amount of experimentation and bullshit needed. Greatly simplify this. Kokigenyo Takus. This guy, yo, welcome. Oh yeah, Fuzzy, yes, we will do the Opie vid for sure. Yo, Flatface, yes, Howard is back. Zen no Kenkyu, interesting, Sergeant. I will definitely take a look. The Zen topic is quite interesting. Anything that stems from like a I guess you could say like a practical monk perspective tends to be quite interesting. Current peak JP media picks. Chrono Cross video clogged. Play Radical Dreamers. Radical Dreamers is like a short adventure game that was made before Chrono Cross. And it's just a lot cleaner. Like, it doesn't have, like, all the fucked up crap, like, a gorillion characters and all the bloat and shit. It's really freaking cool, really well written, and just interesting. I highly recommend Radical Dreamers over Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross is cool, but it's just a bloated mess, and they literally had, there's so many party members, they literally had to write a script so that party members can all use the same dialogue and just replace it with their individual like speech habits. It's so cooked. That's what I'm talking about when I say like the industry is just such a mess. But yeah, Radical Dreamers is just a nice, clean adventure game, visual novel, sequel to Chrono Trigger. Much more interesting. I highly recommend that. Chrono Cross just has too many issues to easily recommend. What I can say, Hussy, is that the most recent top JP picks of like Reiwa for me, for like the Reiwa era, I would just say Heaven Burns Red, Jewelry Hearts Academia, and Gochumon wa Usagi desu ka, which has been going on since the 10s, but the recent content has been particularly particularly insane. Those would be my 3. As of right now, those are like my 3 like Reiwa picks. They're all insane fire. Might have to delete some frames later, I'm not sure. We'll see what happens with this crap. You never know what's gonna happen. Who is 730? 730 was a very old-timer DJT member, basically. To put it simply. There was, we had a little bit of drama in the past, but I won't speak ill. I won't speak ill of a you know, a fellow. There's a lot of drama with a lot of DJT members at various points, but usually we settle our differences and move in a more constructive direction over time. Try to keep things positive vibes. But yeah, at any rate, to put it simply, DJT member. Is ORKASTLE script completed, Howard Thomas? No, it's actually not. Like like I can run through every single scene and the whole thing. But as of right now, only chapter 1's actual hard script is near finished. Oh my god. Some shit just fell on my mouth. I want to actually do the actual writing just on the fly. So like the actual written finished prose for a chapter will only get written after the previous chapter is fully done. And that's just because I like I prefer having the actual final layer of prose be as fresh as possible. And I just think it makes for a better, more interesting product that way. But the plan is very, like, I could right now, if I was to just tell you every single scene in detail, I could tell you every single scene in detail. It's pretty similar to what Toby's doing with Delta, and to be honest, that's another reason I wanted to do it that way, just because I know he's doing that, and, you know, it just feels like appropriate to do the same thing he's doing. No, we haven't done Baldur yet, certain, unfortunately, but at some point for sure. I heard it's really cool. I've seen some CGs from it that look really sick. We haven't done it yet, though, unfortunately. I've been so slow in my VN reading for the last year because I was just so freaking busy. I did manage to finish Sakuretto, which was what Fuyu Akane, who wrote Jewelry Hearts Academia, he wrote it prior to it. And so, because he wrote it prior, it's not as good, but it was still super sick. Super good. That's one I wouldn't recommend to, like, anyone. I think you need a certain type of Not everyone's gonna fuck with that one, but super good at any rate. Writing is just his writing is super impressive. I'm just kind of winging it right now. I genuinely don't know exactly what this is going to look like, but we're just going to have to hope I'm not smoking crack right now. I mentioned Toby frequently. Yeah, it's just because, like, he's essentially, like, the model. He's simultaneously the target to want to beat, and also the, like, model for success, I guess you could say. I have a video coming out that's gonna sum up all my thoughts, basically. As far as do I see Toby as more of an enemy or not? That's like a difficult question to answer, because it's like I have some major issues, some major complaints with Toby, but at the same time, I'm extremely thankful that he exists in this video game space and shit, because, like, especially with the fact that, like, we need more games promoting the notion of, like, narrative focus and all that stuff. You know, for, in his own way, I guess, Japanese influence. I know he's not, like, the spitting image of Japanese influence, but shit like that. I'll have all my thoughts about it summed up in a video. Okay, I see what's going on. This shit is supposed to greatly just... I still don't think this is the right way to do it. Sword stance. It's actually like a... It's gonna be a magical attacking move. I'm not even sure I thought about exactly what it does yet. It's probably gonna be more similar to, like, a slash type deal, honestly. Gen 1 slash, which is basically like... Gen 1 slash is effectively a defense ignorer, because it's, you know, it's like the physical counterpart to Razor Leaf. It just always crits. As long as the Mon isn't absolutely slow as shit, like Parasect, it's always going to crit. And so it essentially serves as, like, the ignore defense attack. That's kind of what I'm picturing with this one, I want to say. So I guess more similar to, like, a Razor Leaf in that sense. But we'll see. Okay, what I can say is I don't want it to go so far off. Gams in contact for promoting the game. I was actually unironically thinking about reaching out to Gams to talk about it, because, like, I feel like, you know, I'll plug his like, Soitaku thing or whatever if he shills Castle. I haven't contacted him yet, but I am in a private server that he's in, but he just never posts. He does know who I am, so at some point, Gam's Moogie and Sneaky Matt on Stanboy. So Soitaku made me fluent in Japanese. Let's go, this guy. Let's fucking go. How many Moji is first chapter? It is compulsory text. I'm really trying to keep it to... It's looking like it's gonna have to be 40, maybe even 50K. Usually what happens is when I write a story, usually I end up lowballing how long it actually is, because I usually end up forgetting how many little details have to go in. My original plan, I wanted it to stay under 30K for compulsory text, just because I want it to be like nice, and I don't want people reading it for like too long, because I want it to be a nice like low investment thing you can quickly play and get the story digested. Future chapters will be longer. Future chapters will run more like 100. Really long ones might even go 200 K. But yeah, I really want to get the first one. I think what exists of it already though suggests that it's not going to finish in under 40K at least. I can't remember how much currently exists. Currently, I think there's over 20K of compulsory text already. And to actually finish up with all the details I want, yeah, probably going to be like 40K or something. Non-compulsory text obviously adds a lot. Like, oh, if you go here and look at this, or, you know, like the video game, like what we could call like the flavor text, so to speak. That's going to inflate it quite a bit. But I don't worry so much about that. So, yeah. I'm really trying to make it so that chapter 1 only takes about 2 hours to beat, because I really don't want people having to sit there for more than... Because I remember when Deltarune chapter 1 came out, and it just felt just a bit too long. I remember wanting to get up and do something else when it still had like an hour and a half to go, and I really don't want to avoid that effect. If possible. So I was really hoping I could keep the whole thing to 2 or 3 hours. If it gets a little longer, it's not the end of the world, but okay. Okay, so what we gotta do is once the blue shit appears, we gotta darken this red shit somehow to kind of close the gap. And the white shit should really start disappearing. Oh, you know what we want to do actually? We actually just want to return it to a normal like beam, a normal kind of saber implication. That's actually what we want. I think that's what we want. So yeah, so Chris said, yeah. Well, chapter 1, Chris, will be free. The third one. We decided officially We are doing Deltarune Tactics. Chapter 1 will be the demo. So we won't have to worry about that at least. Let's see this time.
Oh, looks like you have an actual Japanese comment. Unless it's a LARP. Did you see that?
Oh yeah. So we got a Luffy. Haishin no jama shimasu. Twitter de game o mikake kini natte kimashita. Ego amari wakaranai desu ga ouen shitemasu. Ganbatte kudasai. Arigato. 会話の経験がほとんどいないので、あまりいい返事できないけど、感謝してます。ぜひお楽しみに。Pretty based if that's not a LARP.
Probably enjoy that accent.
Yahoo! Ah, shit. DJT ORKASTLE Road. Yeah, that would be legendary, this guy. What's the budget for ORKASTLE? The budget is gonna be what the friggin' Kickstarter makes me. That's the budget. Right now, the budget is $, basically. Right now, the budget is extreme poverty lifestyle. So about 12 hours total. Each chapter is about 2 hours. Yo, Bobby. It's actually, the future chapters are gonna get longer. So the final game will be a little bit longer than that. Since it's not voiced, if you just keep clicking. I mean, I'm sure there will be people who beat it as quickly as 12 hours, but most people, it should be closer to like, I don't know, I want to say like 20 something, probably. And then there will be like extra content where if you really like, you know, if you don't want to say goodbye to the game even after beating it, there will be tons of extra content to do. So I just think that's so important, honestly. I don't know why Toby doesn't do that. Like, I know he does like secrets and Easter eggs and shit, but like, I don't know why he doesn't have like a boss room or like a time attack or whatever. Like, people have to fan make those, and they just don't have the same allure if they're fan made. Especially because they can't unlock official content that way. I just got Josie. Arigato. Hontoni arigato. Rip, we got Josie. Didn't off the cuff Kanyo doodle baseball. Let me take a look. I'm gonna hit it with the spam too.
You saw flat faces, Connor. I didn't distract from that.
Fuzzies?
No, flat faces.
Oh!
Because I might have distracted from
Oh! Flat face. Oh my god. What would you do if Toby took influence from Castle in later Delta Dream chapters? God, I don't even know where to begin with that. Like, I am so positive. I am so positive that I'm so positive he's gonna have to. Let's just put it that way. He's gonna have to. He's gonna have to. I wouldn't. I like. Oh yeah, Pit of 100 Trials, absolutely. We will be having... I have this whole idea for something similar to that. That should just be absolute fire. It should be absolute fire. I still can't tell if this is a good idea, what I'm doing now. But we're just gonna have to go for it. We're just gonna have to see what happens. Yeah, mini games like the original Hiroshi. The free Discord Nitro was a mistake. I'm still card from seeing that. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone who has to see my my fucking Deltarune emotes and Marvel soy shit. It's just too powerful. Alright. It's annoying to like have to do a thing when you like know it's gonna have to get like redone in a sec. And possibly even change the idea, but whatever, let's just see what the frick we get. Ryukishi, He just released Gyrocost 2, which I'm excited to read. Gyrocost 1 was absolute fire. Do not listen to the subhuman trash that said Gyrocost is not fire. They are wrong. It's complete fire. Okay, you know what we're gonna have to do? We're gonna have to make this crap actually start with this color. Shit. So I assume the second one should be great as well, seeing as the first one was fire. interested in Silent Hill F, but just the game, like the game itself, like not the writing, but the game itself looks so lame. I don't want to play that shit. I'll definitely like watch a YouTuber play it. Also, the writing style is like kind of boring because it's like it's basically like art stylist. It's basically like Ryu if you were to tell him to like write to like no style, write for like no art style basically. Because Ryu's one of those writers that he really likes to change for the art style. He really likes to accommodate the art style he's working with. So anyway, when he works with a different art style, he'll change up like characterization things and stuff. So with Silent Hill F, the actual like characterization style is just very like it's gonna feel kind of like bland coming off of his usual type stuff. But I'm still, you know, excited to see what the hell it's about. But yeah, I'm way more excited to play Gyrocost 2 than Silent Hill F at any rate. Kikonia never ever. Kikonia never ever. I heard he's working on like a manga or something. Some like Fujo bait manga or some shit. I don't know what happened with that. I mean, I'll show up for whatever he wants to do. Yeah, so do I. So do I. I need to play Higanbana as well. I heard it's really cool. The only thing I've read from him that underwhelmed me was Loopers, and it wasn't bad. Oh, Loopers Plus came out. I'm gonna have to play that soon. Loopers was not bad. It was just not. It felt like low effort. It was a lot of the ideas were too similar to ideas in Higurashi. It was almost like if you took ideas from Higurashi and combined them with Umineko, and then just kind of like made them way less ambitious. So it wasn't like that exciting or interesting, but it was not bad at all. It was still very good. But it's not like what you read Ryu for. That's not like why, you know. At that point, I would rather just read any other author. Gyrocost delivers hard though. So I'm very excited for Higanbana. Okay, all right, I think I got it now, Colin. I think this will work. It basically, the trick is it has to just go blue at the right time. No, oh my god. Okama. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, that's honestly how it felt to me, Nova. Loopers literally felt like Higurashi Light with Umineko sprinkles on top. I actually like it a lot. But I don't love how the backgrounds have that like stupid simple posterized look and stuff. I get why they did it because it connects with how Mochizuki K usually draws. But yeah, I like Mochizuki K a lot, but yeah, it's not my favorite art he's worked with. Definitely not my favorite, but I liked it. Oh, the Italian Anon on the 7th expansion board, yeah. What was his lore again? Oh, never mind, no. I almost, I almost got him confused for a different Italian for a sec. I'm gonna that's enough Mario Kart for now. Let's put on actually, you might not even be able to hear the music I have on that clearly right now, but I like to keep it like kind of low just so that there's something, so there's not nothing. But let's put on Deltarune 3 and 4. Keep our eye on the competition. But yeah, at any rate, Gyrocost 2, that could actually be a good stream game. I could play Gyrocost 2 on stream because it is. I could play Gyrocost 1 on stream actually and just comment it. It's a pretty short game. So I could do like a commented, like just to point out all the cool shit, and I could do like a commented Gyrocost playthrough. That would actually be pretty sick. Erica staying here based, yeah. We love Erica in this house. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? It's... There we go. Alright. I gotta check the reference again. Hold on. I always forget how... See, this shows how much, like, I'm a noob at this shit. Like, it takes a really long time to get good at effects animation because a lot of it is really esoteric and confusing. And until you've done it enough times, it's really difficult to know all the ins and outs. And there's a couple different schools of thought with it and stuff, too. Okay, so yeah, because the school of thought I'm looking at is where the paper folds over, or where the flame folds around like paper, basically. He sort of describes it as like evaporating paper, disintegrating paper. Yeah, Gyrocost. I like that idea a lot, music. I think we should do that. That would just be really fun, especially too because they're all just like short stories, so it'd be easy to go through. Like, it's not like we even have to do the whole thing. Oh yeah, the overworld, Bobby. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with how the maps are coming out in the game. I'm super excited to show that shit off. It's like, it's kind of like in a what would I call it? Like well, let's just put it this way. You'll see a lot of it in the videos I have coming up, so look forward to that. The sad Samus. Sorry, I had some work come up, but I wanted to ask if you know any resources for digging deeper into the philosophy in Tsubihime. Felt like I was hitting a hard wall mentally with some of it. Skaji blogs about it a lot on Twitter. So, like, if you just type in any of the philosopher names he features, you'll see his thoughts about it and, like, why he put it in the story and stuff. For me, like, I genuinely, like, I enjoy what he does with those aspects of the story, but, like, I genuinely couldn't give a shit about the actual philosophical stuff in Tsubihime. For me, it was just purely like mood and character establishment that it served. Like it's just like, okay, the character's being philosophical right now because of, you know, this. Like, in other words, to me, the philosophy is just characters diegetically concerned with philosophy. I don't really care what Skaji's trying to, like, quote unquote say from a non-literary standpoint. Sakuuta more so I did. Sakuuta I actually gave a little bit more thought because it deals directly with, like, doing art and stuff and, like, identity as a creator and stuff. So the philosophy stuff in Sakuuta was a little bit more interesting for that reason, because it felt more like, you know, it had a more relatable edge. It looks like a blurry mess to you right now, but I'm pretty happy with how it came out. We just gotta make this shit clean now. Definitely needs a darker color scheme though. Like, the blue's not gonna work. It needs to be like a dark gray or some shit. So yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts. I would start by scouring Skaji's Twitter for his own personal, like, commentary on it, and see where that takes you. I'm trying to think, like, maybe it should be more of like a purple leaning type thing. That's probably a better idea. Can be really hard to know what's a good... No, that separates it too much from the bright part. It has to be something more like that. Oh, you know what I might do? I'll pull up what I did here. This might work. This is just a really dark blue. I think that might be the way to go. Because in battles, it will look quite dark, but it shouldn't be, like, too dark where you can't see it. Should be okay. Yeah, he chats quite a lot, Sad Samus, on Twitter. He says a lot of crap. So, like, you should definitely be able to find something, like some kind of, you know, something to go. You need to do a Lump of Sugar gameography stream. That would be pretty cool. From Lump of Sugar, I've only played, I played some of Nursery Rhyme. You know, Kishimen. You probably know the famous opening, Kishimen. Everyone sort of memes what's the lyric again? I can't even remember the actual lyric. I think it's Dakishimete or something, but everyone hears it as Kishimen. Nursery Rhyme was a really cool game, but yeah, I didn't have a chance to actually finish it. Itsuka Ano Sora Ni? What's it called again? That I played all of. That's a really cool game. Like, that writer is really good, but the game has this unfinished mess kind of thing going on. And from what I understand, the game, what's it called again? Oh, Yeah, so Shumon Yu, the writer, Itsuka Todoku Ano Sora ni, he wrote that, but then there was Kito Sumiwataru Asairo Yorimo. That is basically like the same. It reprises most of the concepts from Itsusora, but it doesn't have that one. Apparently, he actually was able to really cook. So yeah, Itsusora had this weird feeling like it was just like a waste of time because it just felt it was really cool, but it just felt like an absolute unfinished mess. So I'm looking forward to Asairo at some point. I tried reading a little bit of Asairo, but I really do not like Shumon Yu's like writing style. It's like from a taste standpoint, it's like the opposite of what I normally like. So I just didn't have patience for it. Like I could tell it was, I could visibly see it was well written and shit, but I did not have the patience for it. So I put it down and read something else. I don't remember what I read instead. Maybe what can happen is maybe it can turn blue at the end. Best written user game. I've read none of them, Caro, but I heard that the latest one brought what the hell's his name? The 9 guy, Fumi. I heard that it brought Fumi on, and he's like a big deal. I only got to read a little bit of 9 so far, but it was like really freaking good. So maybe by default it's the latest one. Because if it's got Fumi on it, then it must be good. I'll get back to you on that. I've put some Jikyos of some of them on in the background, but I never paid like too much attention. The one I had on that I probably paid the most attention to scenes from was I paid attention to a few Draku Riot scenes. And that's mostly it that I remember. We had a few on in the background, but I have never actually sat down with one. I don't know their writers' names or anything. Yes, Will. I am very anti-philosophy. Ever read Kikoku Guy? I'm reading the remake and it's cool, but I am conflicted on the new art. Yeah, it's interesting. I will. Okay, so Nitro Plus art is insane because I love Kikoku Guy. By the way, Kikoku Guy is awesome. It might be my favorite Gen Urobuchi story that I've read. Slash scene. Well, no. Madoka is always going to be my favorite, but I would say Coke Guy is my second favorite. We call it Coke Guy because it sounds like if you say the title real fast, it sounds like Tea Coke Guy. But yeah, okay, so Nitro Plus's art is interesting because, believe it or not, when an artist is credited on a Nitro Plus game, like Nishi or what's his name, Chuo or whatever, a lot of the time you're actually getting in some ways, you're actually getting more Namaniku than the actual main Genga guy, because Namaniku was so proactive in cleaning up and painting and polishing and art directing on every Nitro Plus product. And that's why when you see a lot of these guys, like, not, like, if you see, like, Santa or Nishi or any of these guys, like, not working with Namaniku, they always look a lot worse. Because it's always Namaniku wrangling the art on those things. Yeah, Namaniku's a boss. And the only time Namaniku actually did Genga himself was, of course, Muramasa. So, yeah, it's this weird system where you're actually kind of getting a lot more Namaniku than you're getting the actual guy. So the Kikoku guy remake is interesting because it's Namaniku going yet again in on the assets, but also now Nishi going in on the assets a little bit as well. So the original game was already, what's his name, Chuo, and being supported by Namaniku, whereas the remake is now Nishi going in on top of that, with Namaniku going on top of that again. So you are actually seeing four layers in the Kikoku Guy remake. That's four layers of hands touching it, which is probably one of the reasons you're not like loving it, because it really reduces the like distinct feeling of a distinct person's voice at that point. But it looks really nice at least.
Yo, does this fix the issue? Or is it still?
The way it flows up to the top, just try to give it like a little bit more of a give it a like it's pinching too much towards the top, you know what I mean?
You mean this part?
Yeah. Okay. Just make it like even if you have to add like an extra stroke or something, just yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But otherwise we're good, yeah.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, too many cooks in the kitchen. I still like the look of it. But yeah, it's definitely a too many cooks in the kitchen situation. Tension Ranma, I'm gonna have to check that out starting. Mothman. Oh, Mood Mothman has a very easy to explain definition. Mood is just any sensation, any feeling that can be described in a few words. So if I say tense with a little bit of anticipation and a dash of misery or something, like that's a mood. You know, if I just say happy, that's a mood. If I say sad, that's a mood. The point is that it's the things that you can just describe in words. That's a mood. And they're important for storytellings because moods essentially are how you organize and telegraph the flow and purpose of info in a scene, to put it simply. All right, so we're actually pretty good. I'm going to show you I'll show you what we got right now. I think we just have to clean this shit up now. So that's what we got. We just got to make it look nice now. Basically. I'm pretty happy with it. Couple things that might adjust a little bit, but I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's just gonna get retimed, and there's gonna be frames added and shit like that. We're just proof of concepting it right now. What was it that made Subahimi blow up in the West? Was it Floyd's? I think it was certain. I think it was cosplayers or some shit. I saw a tweet the other day that said that someone saw elementary school kids sharing pictures of Takuji with each other and like talking about like Subahimi or some shit. It was the funniest shit ever. That's my vision for Castle is BPD cosplayers and people who LARP it but don't actually read it. That's my vision. That's when you know you've made it. Okay, so first thing we want is, I think, no. This is the actual hard part now, unfortunately. Secondaries, yeah, it's always the pinnacle, yeah. Secondaries need to be sent to camps. So true. Yeah, there's no way. Wait, did you answer my question about Ozor? Oh, no, I did not. My bad. I have not read Ano Ozora ni Subaso Hirogete Nova. But tell me about it. I don't even know if I've heard about it. I feel like I remember the title, but I don't remember who drew it or who wrote it. Sweet Fuzzy. So Somalia on the street watching. Yeah, AI generated. We're cooked, man. We're so cooked. Grandma's watching AI slap Facebook. Yeah, dude. AI hit AI hit the old gen something fierce. Something fierce. I don't even know if this is the right train of thought or not, but we'll see. Definitely hit them something fierce. Okay. Once I get like once I'm like confident I have all like the timings right and the general shapes, then I can just make it actually look like really nice and shit. It's kind of stressful to get to that point though. It's the annoying thing about like animation when you don't have enough experience is that like you don't know exactly where you're supposed to put shit until. Okay, well that was wrong. That was not what we were supposed to do. Okay, all right. So let's try this. Let's see if this is the right train. Oh, nice, Elno. I'm excited to see for sure. That's the way to go. That's how you get good. It's nice to see more people finishing illustrations. Okay. There's just straight up like not supposed to be really much of a thing here at all. Illustration shads. You have never been more back. Okay, I think there's just not supposed to be a thing there at all. Let's just try that. Oh, did the Otaku Creed fall with Akihabara? These the anti. It fell with Nico. Nico was actually, like, as far as I'm concerned, Nico was more of a otaku, like the Nico golden age of 2007 through 2014. In my opinion, that was the most important like otaku cultural concentration type thing. All right, this is gonna look stupid for a bit. I'm gonna have to do quite a bit of fiddling. That was the oh my god, I can't even begin to tell you like why that shit was so important and why that shit was so like good. Just so many things happened from Nico's golden age. So yeah, that was like the most important thing ever, and it's definitely a huge blow that we lost that. Like, I'm not gonna lie. That's not to say it's just like, oh, it's poof, it's done. Like, it has lasting cultural effects that are, you know, very much felt to this day and shit. It gave, let's put it this way, it gave us certain things that will just never go away. Like, it gave us some really good things that will never go away. It made cultural progress that will never be undone. Even if there's other... Okay, so this is just a bad idea in general. This is not supposed to... Even if there's other problems we will face along the way, it definitely gave us some good things that will never culturally lose. Yeah, otherwise, like, where would I say? I mean, if I'm to start listing off, like, cultural issues, there's really no end, but not all of them matter. That's kind of the thing. Like, a lot of them just don't. Like, a lot of the time, like, time solves cultural issues, like, because that's just how things are. Like, cultural issues come in cycles. All right, I'm doing something really stupid right now. Like, a problem will show up, and then a bunch of people will decide that there's supposed to be a good solution, or just serendipity will create a solution, and then you'll have a solution for a while, and then you make good progress, and that elevates culture further to a new foothold. But then you get new problems. It kind of goes in like a problem solution cycle. That's what a powerful culture does. A weak culture will do the reverse. You'll make negative progress. Like, something will get really bad and shit will decay, and then stuff will kind of stabilize, maybe undo a little bit of decay, but then it'll decay even worse. I can say with confidence, Oda culture is not decaying. It's too powerful. It's definitely making progress, but yeah, there are problems. There are issues. I would say the number one issue I would say the number one issue above all else that Oda culture is facing right now is a lack of good educational resources. And that's something I really want to help fix. It has become sort of impossible to like, if you want to become an illustrator or an animator or a writer or whatever, it has become kind of impossible to do that at this point without like crazy talent. And as a result, with the other people have talked about this, like even Japanese people have talked about this issue. They call it like the aging illustrator problem or the aging animator problem and stuff. Writers have the same issue. Our best guy, the average age of the best guys get higher and higher, which is normal when a culture is... Oda culture was in its childhood years until recently, so it would make sense that the average age of the elites is getting higher. But the issue is that they have to be being replaced at a rate equal or greater than they're aging. And as of right now, I'm not confident that in art or literature, they're being replaced at a quick enough rate. And I believe the reason for that is just primarily educational issues. It's a bit of a vicious cycle where it's difficult to get the info needed to learn how to become a elite. It's very difficult to have the dedication in the first place, and even if you're the type of person that could maybe be a candidate, I need to change something with the way. Yeah, the issue is. Yeah, this one's the fucking issue. The issue is that it's rare to find someone who's even an elite candidate in the first place. What the fuck just happened? And then from there, getting the proper like resources to them and shit is even harder. To get them in a situation where their potential is fully realized is even harder. So what ends up happening is we now have distractions. Like manga has always been a distraction. Manga is just in general no longer a cultural ally. Manga is essentially just straight up. Not all manga. I just mean like the big famous magazine engines. like the big selling magazines. I don't mean like, oh, I make some manga and I post some manga online or whatever, or even like an Arrow manga magazine or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your big Kodansha magazines, your big Shogakukan, Shonen Sunday, obviously your Shueisha, Shonen Jump. I'm talking about those. Square's Shonen Gangan or whatever. I'm talking about those. Those are officially an issue because they are no longer places where excellence is raised. They have actually become retreats from excellence. They have actually become a retreat for people who want rewards without actually being good. So basically, like, if you try to learn how to write stories and you just can't figure it out and you just suck, but you still want to write stories, these magazines are options. They're valid options for you. And you can get great rewards without actually being good, which is a huge issue. I can't even begin to explain why that's such a big issue, but it's a massive issue. And so that needs to be fixed, something fierce. It also has implications on art as well, because even if some of these people get quite good at drawing, a lot of time what happens is that they're actually missing a lot. They're actually skipping out on a lot of techniques that are needed to actually be like useful as an artist. Sometimes a lot of like, especially stuff when it comes to line work, like more esoteric line work type stuff. Their art style they're using in general might just be literarily incomplete, like invalid, which often goes hand in hand with the techniques not being fully cooked and shit. Just I can't even tell you how many issues there are. There's so many issues with it. So yeah, that's a huge problem. That is a massive issue. That I actually have a solution in mind that's actually really realistic. And I'll tell you in a sec what my solution is. So yeah, that's a huge problem. But yeah, the other big problem is just simply education. We just need better. A lot of the elites saw their skill as something to be hoarded and protected, and they were very against teaching, to the point where they would sometimes gang up and bully people who would try to teach. But that era is finally over, and like people need to really start like teaching now, basically, or all will be lost. Yeah, Jump, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. What is the biggest offender that has all these issues? I mean, just take your pick of Jump frontrunners. I think the one that offended me the most is honestly just, El No. Japan has a long history of schools of techniques hoarding. Yeah, I think it's just something that's in their culture. I think they just culturally don't understand, because they're so used to not dealing with things on a global scale. They don't understand that there's global consequences to knowledge hoarding. Because when you're just dealing domestically, hoarding knowledge makes sense, because it makes sure that the knowledge goes towards those who actually deserve it. But when you bring in the global picture, it causes an issue where it's like, well, are you producing enough elites efficiently enough? And so, yes, Shinobi culture. Yeah, music, I did see that Yugen started streaming. I'm really pumped about that. I'm very excited about that. He was showing off like design work and shit. That was sick. I'm very excited. You can tell he really likes working on Headbone. You can tell it's a really fulfilling. You can tell it's the most fulfilling thing he's ever done. Okay, I think what we want to do with this is actually...
Forget the drive.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I would just say like take your pick with any like Jump front runner. You know, like the one that offended me the most in reading was definitely Fujimoto's work because it's very aggressively just flippant. He has a very, very kind of principled flippant attitude. And we actually know that because he revealed a lot of how he thinks in Look Back, where he kind of, you know, admitted a lot of things about manga culture and his relationship with manga and stuff. So he's just a really good example of someone that's just, he's in there for the manga success. He's not in there to be, he's not there to be excellent at drawing. He's not there to write well. He's strictly there to get his manga buckies and, you know, pack it up. So you can actually see him, like you can see his effect, his influence, and it actively lowers standards because it tells people this is okay, you know, like we can do things this way, which is just a huge, huge issue. I mean, it's just like we can no longer afford to have an attitude of just like, okay, let good people be good, and if someone wants to do it wrong, then they'll simply pay the consequence of doing it wrong. Like, that's just like not accept. That's there's so much wrong with that on so many levels. I can't even really think to begin to list them all out. On one level, it's just straight up morally wrong because if someone wants to learn, like if you have some young kid who wants to learn, having these really famous works that are not only not excellent, but they are explicitly built on principled ways of not being able to even be excellent, that is a actual form of info pollution, which literally means that now, see, because it sounds so innocent when it's just treated as like a mind your own business thing, until you realize that they're not minding their own business. That has they are actively making it harder for ambitious and aspiring people to actively get better and learn shit. So yeah, there's huge consequences people just don't think about with this kind of stuff. Which is why I always say, like, you know, it's so important that your role models are. It's so important that your role models are people who are, you know, deeply concerned with doing things right. Because even you don't have to become perfect at anything. Like, you don't have to. It's not like you're only allowed to draw if you're trying to become the best ever. But there's just a massive, massive difference in how rewarding it will be, how much progress you'll make, what options you get to have as you know as you grow and stuff. Because you don't know the person you're going to be in 10 years. You 10 years from now might be someone who wants to, you know, make art something you take extremely seriously. So to take, like, let's just say a teenager that doesn't think they have such a serious relationship with this stuff and make them get entrenched in Jump culture, which is just built on the Jump way of doing things, all of which are active barriers to excellence. You have robbed that young person now from the opportunity of maybe taking the stuff, actually really deciding that it actually is something they want to take really seriously and become very ambitious with. So yeah, it's a huge issue. It's just a huge issue. It's so much less simple once you actually start, than it might seem once you actually start, thinking about and looking at the consequences and stuff. When you stop seeing it as just different people doing their thing and you start seeing it as, what it is, which is effectively info pollution, the whole thing gets a lot darker, to put it simply. Yo, Charles Garcia. You just want to know over the course of 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now. Nice. Nice. That's the way to do it. All the best red literature, Scotchy and Romeo. They are goats. They are goats. Chris hated look back. I actually quote unquote liked it because I enjoyed how honest he was being. And I thought the glorification of the Yon coma was cool. I liked how it was this is the basics of manga, to write something silly and draw something, it's just for emotional reasons I enjoyed it, but yeah, it's
one of those things where it's so offensive that your heart rate goes down.
it's so offensive that you just give that Goku drip stare. Yeah, but yeah, anyway, yeah, it's Fujimoto writing, all right. Yeah, Yugen is streaming on the tube. Yes, exactly, Fuzzy. Exactly, Fuzzy. Every single person who can have info shared with them, the better. It's just, every person makes a difference. All right, I think what I need to do with this is... Fuzzy, I'm thrilled to friggin' hear that. I'm thrilled to hear that. That's what we're trying to do, Fuzzy, on as broad a scale as possible. So. Yeah, CSM is definitely not good. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm laughing so hard at that comment. Yes, I love my South American friends, man. Yeah, it's nothing, Elnu. I've read Fire Punch as well. It was extra nothing. Ironically, Fire Punch had some slightly more interesting moments because you could tell he was really trying to imitate Shingeki no Kyojin at points, and it accidentally was slightly more interesting, but it's very much nothing. It's very nothing. But you Michael Jackson fan. That dude was good as hell. That dude was insanely good. He must be an animator. He's got to be some animator in the industry. You don't just get that good as a hobbyist. Alright, I think the first part is okay. I'm not positive. I'm going to have to see the second part. This is the first part right now. I think it's okay, and I think we just got to do the sweeping part now. But we'll see when that part's done. Okay, so the first thing we gotta do is... I just gotta see I gotta figure out exactly which part needs more action. Yeah, the sweep needs obviously more. The sweeping part needs more frames, of course. Can I get some odonomical financial advice? Yeah, don't burn your savings trying to make an indie game. That's my financial advice. My other financial advice is make an indie game that sells over 1 million copies. That's my other financial advice. It occurred to me, I was watching some French shit, and I thought of Howard, and the best anime like thing is not Avatar, it's actually Totally Spies. I have never heard of that. Yeah, arrogance have the highest IRO. We are bougie. I know we'll get back on our feet soon, financially. Sometimes you just gotta take a step back before you can go forward. Yeah, there is a I don't like France. I don't like France's art scene. Well, I'm kind of with Will. I don't like their scene. I do recognize that they have a higher volume of skilled artists than maybe most of Europe. I don't know. I can't. I'm not gonna speak for all of Europe. But yeah, I don't like what they're doing. I've yet to see one that I actually believe actually inherited anime. Or anything like that. Like not even like even Thomas Romain, I take a lot of issue with. So yeah, I'm not like crazy about them in any real shape or form. I do recognize that they have a art tradition though, that of like producing skilled artists, more than maybe more than the rest of Europe. I don't even know. Someone else would have to. But every time I've ever seen them do anything, I just go, oh yeah, it's Western art. You know, I've yet to see anything that's like, oh wow, these people actually like learned anime. You know, I just see the simplified Western art philosophy in them. I've yet to see one that knows like all the meta, all like anime meta tech and all that stuff, and is doing like, you know, let alone is doing competitive. Step one would be they draw shit that is impeccable and uses all the same advanced techniques seen in Japanese art, but the story is absolute trash. That's step one. If they can get there, I'll clap. Then step two is going to be making something where the story isn't trash. And that's going to open a whole can of worms that I just don't see happening.
French people are incapable of that.
French people are incapable of telling a story, yeah.
It's not going to happen.
I have never seen a piece of animation come out of them that wasn't essentially some kind of absolute brain rot.
I always see evidence of the highest amount of talent from like, well, I can't say the family, but I always feel like it's Italian.
Oh yeah. That's actually true, because I have seen some like young people on social media.
Yeah.
Whenever I see like a young person on social media that's like literally cracked for their age, it always seems like they're Italian.
Yeah.
And some of them have, talk about getting like, some of them have been getting actually dangerously close to figuring out like real proper anime tech.
Yeah, right.
So if I had to say, my money is actually on Italy
Yeah.
as far as Europe goes.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, no one's gonna crack the storytelling code until actual like legit theory books are written and shit.
It's Anglos are the only one as a group that like has any kind of collective talent.
Exactly. Yeah.
In Europe, basically.
Yeah. Let's just keep winning. There's a reason why the Jomon are a part of the N1 Haplo group. Hyperboreans based. Jomon, Hyperborean Vril. The triplets of Belleville. I have never heard about that, but I'm scared to look it up. Brazil's gonna take over. Honestly, I have heard that Avatar has like a plot and we'll see. The thing, Will, is about Western cartoons, and I know Avatar art-wise is essentially a Korean cartoon, but I assume like an American Asian or something wrote it. The thing about cartoons in the West is that they didn't have like the worst like writing pedigree or whatever you want to call it. Like some people have said that like, okay, Avatar's as good as like, it's at least as good as like some shonen manga shit or whatever. It's like, yeah, I could see that. You know, it's just like, okay, so they were all Korean. Did ORKASTLE come out yet? Not yet, Charles. But we actually talked about it a little bit earlier in stream, like the dates I'm expecting to see it. We are getting damn close though. We are legitimately getting damn close. I had a really slow last couple months because like a lot of bullshit caught up with me, bad health and. Okay, so Avatar was written by 3 white guys, but the animation is fully Korean. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Like, the West did not have like the worst history with screenwriting cartoons. Like, they had they had like decent writers on cartoons and stuff. So it's like the notion that like Avatar was as good or better than the average shonen manga, I can buy that. I mean, that's not like a shock to me. I'm not going like, oh my god, no way that Avatar hit that level. It's just the problem is that that's not like it's not a particularly interesting or impressive benchmark to set in the first place. But yeah, am I ready to believe that it had decent writing? Absolutely, yeah. That would not surprise me.
Because the old like Batman, the TMS Batman.
Yeah.
Those are probably better written than most like Jump shit.
Probably, yeah. The American cartoon writing standard was...
That was like the premium top.
Yeah, the best of American cartoons was a higher writing standard than the average of Jump Slop. Than Jump Slop's average.
Yeah. Yeah, so it won't be weird.
Yeah, it wouldn't be weird, yeah. Okay, so we actually don't want this thing to be all big and bloated here.
The Tagashi metaphor, what is the... Tagashi is a, whatchamacallit, what do you refer to that? A male to female trans athlete.
Yeah. Tagashi is the equivalent of when a dude transitions and then enters the women's sports league and just destroys.
Absolutely dominates.
Just obliterates. He's that, basically. I hope he's happy that he did that instead of writing novels. Oh shit, what am I doing? Oh yeah, so Cora fucked everything up. Yeah, Chris. I'm sorry. I love my Brazilian friends, but Chris, that's a bit of a truc. Chris. Indian supremacy. I believe in reverse Indian supremacy. I will spit my cereal out. I will spit my cereal out the day India is anywhere on the radar in the the media race. I will just spit it right out. Ah, shit, I keep fucking this up. In the anything department. Mass-produced Indian AI anime coming soon, sir. Sir! Do not redeem the... Do not redeem the AI anime. Sita GPT.
Fucking probably diva anime.
I will bet 5 yen on this. No, but yeah, the Pravu Diva anime. That's gonna go hard.
Yeah.
Fuzzy, yeah, Boondocks is funny as hell. Fuzzy, I was an avid Boondocks watcher as a kid. These emojis are terrible. Yeah, they are terrible.
I think I quote like the Boondocks like 5 times.
Yeah, the Boondocks is one of those things that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have seen some really good Spanish artists as well. Bollywood AI. Oh, that would be fire. No, I would watch the shit out of that, unironically. That would be like actual reverse Kino. Okay, the issue now is that it whips back over in an extremely awkward, unsatisfying way. So we're gonna have to change the way that's happening.
Is it okay if it picks up VTubers and...
No, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, it's just anime that it can't have. This is just all wrong. This is why I hate this shit. It's just esoteric as fuck. It's really hard to know what the fuck you're doing until you've done a few. This motion is just gonna have to try to get redone because that's just not... It's not good. I'm gonna have to look at the reference again. Alright, that's already a lot better. But it's still not quite right. Let me take a look at some shit real quick. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I see it now. I'm seeing the vision now. Yeah, okay, okay. I see it. Alright, alright. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now. Yeah, because what we don't want is this kind of like awkward whip thing. We want more of it to have like a... We want it to have more of like a smooth slide. More like it's just carrying the momentum of the slash over. So I'm going to have to rework that. So... So the first thing is... That I think is... No, yeah, because I don't even think we want to mess with its integrity too much. I think we want it to be cleaner. And we also want to do a little bit of a perspective emphasis with it. Subtle. Saruda, what do you mean by the plot theory? On average, I don't think anime stories are that strong, though they can be effective at appealing to their target audience. Plot theory. What is plot theory? Well, okay. Well, at any rate, Saruda, let's put it this way. There are very distinct echelons to writers, and what makes up anime, let's just put it this way. If an anime was written by if it's an adaptation of a mangaka, Chainsaw Man. Holy fuck, that is funny. Drake. Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man. That would be actually fire.
That would go hard.
That would go hard. Some Novian reviewer ran by an indie. Wow. That's like the king. That dude's like the king of... That dude is like carrying Oda culture on his back in India. Yeah, the sparkle emoji watermark. Yes, exactly. ORKASTLE, yes. Yeah, basically there's an echelon. Saruda. If it's an adaptation of a manga, it's probably going to be bad. Or mid. If it's a light novel, it's probably at least, especially these days, they tend to be fairly selective with their light novels. It's probably going to be at least professionally written. It might not be the most interesting, like it might not be like that much over the professional line, but it will be professionally written at least. If not, possibly very good. It could, usually every single season there's at least a few fairly well written light novels adapted. With manga, the big exception is if it's Kirara, or something similar to Kirara, getting adapted. Those tend to have strong writing, or at least basic pro level. Because then there's like Gochiuso, which is straight up extremely strong. So you'll even get shit like that. And then finally, VN adaptations would make great anime in theory, but they always fuck them up. They never give them enough episodes, and usually they don't give them enough budget. etc. There are some really good examples, or even if it's a compromised adaptation of a VN, in many cases it'll at least have like a good stretch or some episodes that are good. But yeah, for the most part, when you're getting well-written anime, it's because it was either a light novel or it's an original anime written by a light novel author or an eroge VN writer, or it's an adaptation of a manga that a light novel writer or a VN writer wrote. Typically, that's how you get a well-written anime. There is a third type of writer, which is like the TV writer. All the TV writers who are actually good are also novelists, typically. They can produce some good stuff sometimes. Usually they're not as good, though. But they can produce good stuff sometimes. That is pretty much the rundown of writing in anime. Thoughts on Fuzzy's castle stories? Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how much you obviously paid attention to the stuff I've told you about it. I mean, you're gonna be surprised once like you see enough cutscenes. You're gonna be. Some things will definitely surprise you. A little different than you might have expected, but I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying seeing your interpretation of the designs and stuff. All right, this one's just gotta get nuked altogether. This should be a lot more interesting than what we just had. I think the rough, rugged look for the frames look... Yeah, that's true. That's true, Charles. Yeah, I don't... There's like a cleanliness budget with all these attacks in the game that's just like not that high. Like I let a lot of the animation in this game be like a little bit rougher. The things that I always wanted to be the most clean is shit like when a character does something. Like I try to keep that quite clean, but even that I'll let kind of go a little bit. Like for example, you know, like these aura power-up animations. Like I try to keep these nice and clean. Like I tend to spend like quite a bit of time on these to get them to not be like filthy or anything. But even these have a lot of corners cut on them compared to a normal thing. I mean, for one, they're like basically Kage-Nashi. Because yeah, the character stuff is really what has to, you know, carry the game. But even then, it's just like when you're one guy, two guys, whatever, making a game, you just can't. There's just a hard limit to how much you can polish. Is the unfortunate reality.
Well, polishing stuff for me these days is not a big deal. But...
Yeah, he can do it because he's a lot better than me. But and he'll clean up my crap sometimes too. Almost always, pretty much every asset in the game except for the attack animations, at least has Wotajack's feedback on it. Typically. So that helps us keep quality standard. But yeah, in general, it's just difficult because there's just a limit. There's a limit when you're, you know,
But yeah, we didn't want to be like overly concerned with.
Exactly. It's just not. It's just not viable to be too polish concerned. I think it hurts the parasocial factor anyway. Like, I think it's desirable to indicate that a human being did it on some level. Because sometimes you'll see these pixel arts that are just so absurdly polished that you like, you know, you forget a person did it, and it makes video games are a vice economy first and foremost. They're first and foremost a vice economy, and the vice is the vice of freedom, expression, and projection. And feeling like a parasocial bond with the person that made the game helps enhance that shit. So it's, you know, it's whatever. I try to embrace that to an extent. Alright, I think I just about got this. Yeah, nastier, exactly, Charles, yeah. I like that effect. It's like a, it has a, I mean, it's funny because if you look at the original Pokemon games attacks, those are pretty crunchy. Those were not exactly expertly animated. So, and I love them. What are my favorite Pokemon attacks? It's the original games. You know, outside Stadium. It's always going to be those original games. So it's just, video games are just fucking weird like that. Like they're not always about doing the better thing. It's a really fucked up medium. That's why I basically just complain about games these days. But yeah, if it's in the name of serving people good storytelling, if it's in the name of still having like a core artistic backbone, you know, then it's all good. As long as there's a real art style there, as long as, you know, you're still, you know, if you're telling a good story, there's a strong artistic style intended, it's all good from there. Coldly just flew, yo, chicken. A coldly just flew over my house. When I was your age, two coldies flew over my house. Oh, I just realized like an after image on this whole thing could be actually pretty sick. I think we're gonna do that. I think we're actually gonna after image it somehow. Like that. Let's take a look, Elna. Or do you want to look as well?
Yeah, if Elna doesn't mind, yeah. Feels a bit cramped.
Feels a bit cramped. Oh, Titania, I see your message. I have no idea why you're getting blocked, but it is a thing. It is a thing. YouTube will just target individuals. Thank you for the best wishes, though. Oh yeah, that's a mad comfy composition. I I kind of want. I kind of want. I kind of want Raymu and Marissa to be like a little bit more leftward, slightly, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, just I want the two of them to just be like a little bit nudged leftward, and I think you're good.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see that done.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. Nova, tell him, yo, read this message if you're binary. Fuck. I'm binary now. It's fucking over. Yeah, I hear you, Alnu. Like, sometimes you don't want to, like, over adjust something, but yeah, it's feeling good to me. If you just a little bit more and you're good to go. That one frame looks like a tube sticks out too. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think I know which one you're talking about, Charles. Let's see. Let's see what we're working with right now. yeah. I mean, it's a tough, it's an ambitious composition, so I'm excited to see. I mean, that's like the best stuff for getting better is when there's like a comprehensive background and all that crap. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I think what we're going to do is at this point, at this arc, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to decrease it down a little bit. And we're going to add just a bit of I think what we can actually do here is I think that will actually help. Maybe something like that. I'm not sure though. This might be worse. This might hurt it. I'm not positive. No, that looks terrible. Hold on. No. Okay. Get rid of that shit. Yes, but keep that. All right, let's see how we're doing with this. Too cold, he's flew around you. When a game is notably lacking a final layer polish, it can definitely help. It's probably, yeah. Well, you know what it does is it encourages a fan art scene more. Like think about how much of like Undertale was just like. Think about how much Undertale fan art was just like wanting to depict the battles. And that's where I think Toby goofed a little with Deltarune because... Yeah, it's possible it's gonna have a bit of a... There's definitely something that can be done. I'll show you the state of it in a sec. I just gotta adjust a few things. I'll show you the current state of it in a sec. the absolute state of it. But yeah, like I think Toby kind of hit a little bit of an uncanny valley with Deltarune, where like it's kind of like too polished for its own good. Where at that point, I feel like he should have just let. I feel like he should have just let Temmie just go all out and straight up put like anime, like full blown anime shit into the battles. Like instead of the sprite animation, the tiny sprite animation, like there should have been like actual straight up like animated cut-ins and shit. Like at that point, I don't think it's helping. I don't think the lack of that is helping the game at this point, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. Alright, this shit needs to be... This looks redonkulous. Yeah, exactly. Toho, yeah, because Toho is like perfectly engineered to... It's incredibly intelligently engineered to make you want to make shit off of it. I'm always so impressed with that aspect. Like, he does such a great job of like giving you enough to care. But leaving enough open where you're like frustrated and like want to see certain things filled in a specific way. And he gives you like kind of just the right hints to do so. This big freaking thing should be like more like that or some shit. Yeah, I agree, Fuzzy. Exactly, Charles. Yeah, it's just it's in an awkward spot, like, because I agree, like, it really, like, I always look at that game and I'm like, why is this not just like Temmie's art project at this point? Could a thing like Undertale, no. Deltarune, though, for sure, I would say. My bad. I swear on the video. Yeah, I think my headphone. Yeah. My bad. My bad. Yeah, Toby did an interview himself one time, yeah. But I think she mostly would steer away from actual I'm just gonna get rid of this altogether. See what happens. I don't think I can recall seeing her interviewed by any other thing. She would talk a decent bit on Twitter and stuff and stream and stuff. But I can't ever remember her getting interviewed by like a publication or anything. Okay, alright. I think this is the way to go. We were thinking... Okay, I think I'm... Yeah. I'm starting to get happy. I still gotta do some things to it, but like...
Are you muted?
I'm not muted right now. We still gotta do some things to it, but this is a much better train of thought. We still need a little bit of work, but we will get there. Alright. Does Undertale adultery mean anything to Temmie other than as a source of work? She has never said... She has never expressed much interest or sentimentality in Undertale or Deltarune other than as like work that made her famous. And she likes having the cameo in it, like the cameo character, like the... I don't even know if you played them, but like there's a character in Undertale and Deltarune like called Temmie. And it's this kind of like... It's like so not funny, it like is kind of, but mostly not. It's hard to explain, but yeah. She likes that. She likes that a lot because Toby's good at making women laugh. That's one of his traits. It's one of the Toby powers. But I have never seen her actually express. I have never seen her express emotional attachment to the actual contents. I don't think she resonates too much with the actual content, if I'm to be perfectly honest.
Safety to women.
Safety to women, yeah. That's safety. Maintaining safety to women is our top priority. Maintaining the agenda. Maintaining safety to women.
That's some of your strongest safeties.
True. Maru. Bobby is back. Working on my own game as you work on this game. Yes, let's go. Let's go, Bobby. Let's keep pushing through. Yeah, the Guardian boss theme is a banger. Every single one of the Sanctuary tracks was... He cooked. He cooked big time. I think I've listened to Dark Sanctuary at least 10 times a day since the game came out. Or since I played it, which was like a week after it came out. He definitely cooked. I will definitely say that. What's funny is, like, I was surprised to find out that Chapter 3 was controversial, because Chapter 3 was, like, my favorite thing that Toby ever made. My favorite Toby thing, believe it or not, was actually the friggin' Halloween hack. I'm not even joking. The Halloween hack was my favorite Toby thing. Now it's Chapter 3 Adulterer, so I was a little bit surprised to find out that Chapter 3 was slightly controversial. Chapter 4 I really liked because the music, and he really leaned into his strengths with Chapter 4 with the storytelling. Like, it's very, like, musical. It's like terse and poetic, and obviously that's going to be his strengths as a composer. But I actually didn't like Chapter 4 that much compared to 3. Like, I thought the gameplay felt rushed, and I didn't really like the area. I love the visual design of it, but I didn't like the actual, like, playing. Like, I didn't like it from a gameplay standpoint. I only liked it from, like, a visual and musical and, like, story standpoint. But it was nice to see... It was honestly nice to see that people liked that one more. Because what that tells me is that people are more invested in the product as a story now than they are in it as a game. Which is a good thing, if you ask me. Toby's Jester Max. yeah, pretty much, yeah. He's always been a Jester Maxer. Howard, have I looked into a Kami Ga Kill yet? Yeah, Graph. I read the first volume, and it's freaking awesome. It's Takahiro is an absolute boss. It's pretty much a serious, scathing parody of, like, jump slop type battle slop manga stuff, but at the same time just unironically good. It's really funny. Like, it's definitely not the type of thing you see every day. Yeah, Takahiro is a boss. Takahiro is a freaking boss. I rewatched Washio Sumi recently. Oh my god, it's so good. It changed my perspective on, like, how good 2 hours for animation can be. Like, it basically was the first thing to convince me that, like, film can be as powerful, like, a storytelling medium as anything. And I get that, yeah, it's like 3 movies, but if you stick them together, it's 3 short movies, so it's really like 1 2-hour movie. Yeah, Takehiro's a boss. I'm excited. Actually, thanks for reminding me of it. I'm excited to read more of it. Manga's a really nice, like, downtime thing. Like, when you need, like, a quick micro break, it's really easy to just put, like, 10, 15 minutes aside and, like, read a little manga when you need a breather, so. Okay, we are getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Hell yeah. He went over the top with the light. I felt beaten over the head. Yeah, I guess I like that aspect, Junkyard. Because I really I liked the feeling that it was like. I guess it's kind of like from a parasocial standpoint, because my favorite thing about Toby is just the parasocial element that he goes after in the game. So, like, Chapter 4 really captured this feeling like the author is desperate to show you something that, like, they themselves don't fully understand, I guess. So I guess for that, I don't know. I do agree, though. It was repeated so many times it was kind of obnoxious. But at the same time, yeah, I kind of enjoyed that it was obnoxious. I don't know exactly how I feel about it. It's hard to say. Like, I don't treat Toby's games like products so much. Like, I don't really look at like Undertale or Delta in the same way I would look at another product. I see it as like a reflection of him as a person more than I see it as anything else. Partially because that's kind of what he wants you to see it as. But yeah, also partially just because you know, I'm more interested in Toby as a person than I am in his products. Unfortunately. I can't tell how I feel about it at this point. Where I might have to sit on this for a night, just to really figure out how the hell I feel about it now. For one, it needs to maintain leftward motion even as it's evaporating, so I gotta fix that. Oh shit! Don't do that. What the fuck did I just do? Yeah, don't do that. Let's see how that feels. He's more interesting to see how a guy. Yeah, I agree. I agree that is. I mean, I actually have a video in the works talking quite a bit about this topic, but yeah, just to I guess talk about it ahead of the time. I definitely agree. Like his, especially as someone. Similar in age. He's a decent bit older than me, but we're close enough in age, and we come from a geographically and culturally like very similar part of the world. So his relationship with like video games and shit and like kind of just Japanese media in general is so like strikingly like, oh, that was my childhood. Like it feels like we literally had the same childhood copy pasted, just with like little differences. So from that standpoint, like that element is like, it's so hard to ignore that like. It's so hard to ignore the notion of like, okay, a huge component of this person is. I mean, he's literally the thing that made me decide for sure to commit to game dev because like I was always really wishy-washy about game dev. Like I had been studying coding and thinking about getting serious about game dev on and off since I was a teenager. Because what I always really wanted to do was just like write novels and shit, the most. But gaming was always like the other thing, and just the fact that you can put a novel in a game was always kind of the elephant in the room that made gaming really hard to ignore. But yeah, Toby was the thing that made me go, oh yeah, it's gotta be games, gotta make games. Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about the one part. Oh, I think if the thing like dips lower, I think we can get like a better. Yeah, I think if we give it like a much lower dip here, I think it will actually look quite good. I think that might actually look quite good. We'll see. What the hell am I doing? Wait. Ah, shit. Shit. That's good. That's good that we're getting warmer at least. He utilizes mystery so much, he probably has to do the obvious things. Has to be obvious about things he doesn't want people to speculate over. I missed your other comment, Charles, my bad. I had this idea, but I won't do anything about it. The intro to FF7, but it's the Oda corpse, and they have to destroy Crate. Yo, that would be fire. And Cloud lies and knows. Oh, dude, Cloud larps about Jack. Dude, this would be fire. Holy shit, that would be fire. Dance of Out continues to be a hack fraud. Yeah, water is wet. Water is wet. Graph. Exactly his. His games show a. I've had to explain this to some people sometimes because some people just like don't. Some people don't like entirely get like what makes Toby. I don't like. I don't want to. I don't want to overly glaze him, but some people just have a harder time understanding exactly the X factor that made Toby so impressive. And yeah, it's exactly that. It's just the fact that like he played Japanese video games and he just fundamentally understood something about them that is not like normal too. Like an abnormal level of understanding of them, to put it simply. Alright, this is what we're working with right now. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it, but it's definitely better than what we had. It's still like weird how it kind of appears and then floats. It's not exactly, because I wanted it to feel more like, okay, that's what it was. It feels weird how it floats in, so we're gonna have to do something about that. I have some ideas. Wolfie GIF. I have some ideas. Okay, for one, I think we can do a thing where I have some ideas. My childhood was kind of void of media until I found anime become otaku 6 years ago. I've always sort of felt yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I don't know, like it's like there's so much bullshit to get up on And the big difference I always find is just like when someone learns Japanese, what you're doing, it's kind of just a matter of time before like, it's kind of just a matter of time at that point before like you really get comfy and like you really feel like you've seen tons of culturally important things and stuff, and you're very like aware of the you know, this and that, whatever. But what I find is when people don't learn JP, that's when you get the like, I've seen 2,000 anime, but I act like a tourist pattern. So JP is very important. Okay. I think I'm seeing what I want to do now. I think if we add a because this is just weird, like the way it shows up is currently weird, and if it could just like, here, let me just test something real quick. I have some ideas. First, I just want to see what the hell happens if we just throw the frickin' stick in this frame. I just want to see what that does as a point of reference. Whatever, does not feel good. Just throw the fucking stick in. Talking about snob. Snob definitely fits that description. Yeah, that's a terrible type of person. That type of person is very upset with themselves and will never be happy. I don't know why people do that. There are much better things to be miserable about. There are much better ways to be miserable. What an apt name. Grunt work always pays, baby. I think everyone can understand the medium. Toby just had less fear. Yeah, honestly, I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree. Elnu, I feel there's sort of know what you don't know checkpoint. Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like I have quite a comfortable, like, know what you don't know relationship with shit at this point. Oh, we're on, like, remixes now. There was a couple good, there's definitely a couple good Sanctuary remixes. Let's put on let's put on the Yume Nikki soundtrack. Okay, all right. Where are we at? All right, I'm just doing that actually already like helped. That already helped. Okay. I have some ideas. I think if we actually do like this type of thing. I was watching the guy who put who made the Yumeniki PS1 thing demo. He actually put up a video on the making of it. It's like a 40-minute video. I didn't watch the last 10 minutes yet, but that was really cool. I don't love the PS1 as like a hardware compared to N64, but it was still like super cool. And the idea of I want making games for console to become more popular of an option and a thing. At some point, I mean, I would love to fucking port this game to... yeah, I would really love to port it to is N64, but it'd be so much more suited for PS. It'd be very difficult to get an N64 Castle port. I think it's possible, but it would take too much work and possibly not entirely fit on one cart. I don't even know, but a PS port would be very intuitive and easy though, and possibly very cool. No, I don't. I'm not convinced on the shape I'm doing. Get rid of that. Let's just see what the hell happens. I don't think this is right, but we'll see. Definitely getting warmer. Yeah, no, you can't. I'm sorry, you can't beat low poly. It's it just has a it just has such a. This is the thing anyway. I'm just of the philosophy that games are supposed to be like. I'm just gonna call it. I think games are supposed to be simple and easily digested, unless it's a VN or like a VN with gameplay. A game should be simple and visually digestible. It should be a little bit abstract. It should be a little bit visually abstract, but still have a strong core art style. I just really, really agree with everything that, Yokoi from Nintendo would always say. Like, he kept saying, like, oh, the graphical arms race is just going to destroy us. We're just going to see costs go up, but sales not follow. And that's exactly what happened. And yeah. Everything is about his philosophy about how, like, a game should first and foremost be, like, lightweight, snappy, responsive, easy to figure out, etc. I just agree with all that. And ironically, the Game & Watch games are actually, as simple as they are, they're some of the best pieces of like visual storytelling in games. Because if you take a Game & Watch game, it's basically just a playable cartoon scene. And it does its job as that extremely well. Okay, I see. So this frickin' bullshit needs to just be redone altogether. Yeah, Bobby, the SMT games, the classic SMT games, I mean, the modern ones have great soundtracks as well, but I really love the classic SMT soundtracks quite a bit. Classic SMT in general, I just like a lot. I still I don't like dislike the series now, but it's just like I don't it's just a classic case of like too much detail, not enough story. You know what I mean? Like it's like modern SMT is like, okay, you're throwing so much dialogue at me and shit. Well, not all of it is like that. Like sometimes it's like not throwing a lot of dialogue. It's like weird. Like I love Nocturne, SMT Nocturne, but there are some aspects of that game I think are just flat out dumb and make no sense. Like why is it like pretend it has that much of a story only for there to like just not really be a story at all? It's like I'd rather take the version that just doesn't pull my leg pretending that there's a story at all. You know what I mean? Like just like shit like that. You know, a lot of time with Persona I find particularly difficult to get into because I love Persona 2 and I kind of love Persona 3 in many ways. Even though I just disagree with just so many things about them. Because for one, they've like greatly watered down their gameplay, which was a huge part of the appeal of SMT. But at the same time, they throw so much dialogue at you, but like the stories ain't exactly good. So like it's hard to figure out like what the point of the game even is, and I think that's why I wasn't able to play it anymore after 3. Even though I did enjoy the series a lot. Jun Maeda, you know, he's obsessed with Persona. Like, through thick and thin, he's fucking obsessed with Persona. To the point where Heaven Burns Red is going to do a collab with Persona soon. I was like, oh my god, why? Why? We all thought it was going to be Fate, and we were, like, excited. And now we're all just like, no. Yeah, the SMT games are hard as balls, for sure. That's part of what makes them fun. That is part of what makes them fun. But yeah, I'm at this point, I'm just excited for the Heaven Burns Red Persona collab. I'll just take whatever, but we thought it was going to be Fate. We were a lot more excited when we thought it was going to be Fate. Alright, well now we got it doing this like kind of hopping motion, which is not really what we want. Okay, I see the issue now. Yeah, because we wanted to do more of like a yeah. We wanted to do okay. So this shit. Want more of this kind of with. Let's just see what happens now. I would have liked a 3 collab better, but oh well. Yeah, Chris, I found that out recently. I was like, what the fuck? That's the only time he ever wrote for a non-key IP. Did you know that the one other thing he said he wanted to write for was Ichigo Marshmallow? He explicitly said that he really liked it and he felt he could write a good story for it. Unfortunately, the official VN did not feature him, but no, sadly it didn't. That would have been freaking awesome, though. Nova. If you don't make your game a time vampire, I won't get my 8 hours of slot value. Yes, exactly. Yeah, absolutely, Bobby. Like exactly, like. It's just exactly. It's like all this extra money just to make a more complex thing that we're not enjoying more. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, Sarda, brush recommendations. Yeah, I actually, for inking, manga, actually, I have this brush that I really like, and it has these quality. Like, if you can get a brush to do this type of thing, what it is it's very minimal size jitter, so it doesn't change size much, and it just leaves these little bits of like kind of predictable texture patterns like that. This is very good for manga. For illustration, this type of brush, if you can get something that looks like a marker like this is really good for illustrating. You know, you can even double the layer if you want it to be, you know, if you want to darken it or whatever. So this is, yeah, really good for that. Otherwise, I just use something that looks a lot like a quite realistic pencil. Like, this has a very realistic pencil feeling. So this is just when I want to feel like I'm using a real life pencil. Those are really all the 3 tools you need, as far as I'm concerned. Other than like painting brushes and stuff. For painting brushes, I mean, nothing beats just like a simple, you know, circle that you can just change the hardness of. Yeah, bottom of the iceberg, my Aelor, exactly. Yo, Graph, you're playing Gore. That's one of my favorite stories of all time. It's so good. It gets quite emotional. It's actually kind of a like a sleeper Nakige in a way. So yeah, be prepared for that. It's so good. It's actually somewhat of an influence. It's highly recommended from the rap. It's somewhat of an influence on what I'm making right now, actually. Like, as in ORKASTLE. It is somewhat of an influence on ORKASTLE. Not a huge one, but definitely not one. Okay, we're almost there. I just gotta make it so that this one points like, because what we really want is the feeling like it's pointing like downward. I guess you could say, like, and then going back up. Let's see what this does, how this feels. Yeah, I love Gore's design. It's so good. That his designs are that's actually a really big influence on a lot of the like more like boss monsters and stuff in what I'm making. So his personality too. He's so funny. He's just such a good character. So is like Yuka. You'll see Yuka. Yuka takes a bit to get introduced, but she and Gore are 2 of my favorite characters ever. It gets some of the roots are a little patience testing, and that it goes into like H scene onslaught mode for some of the roots, like toward the end. So be prepared to read a lot of Scat and Gore and other weird ass shit for for a few hours. Strap in. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. Just power through. All right, I think we're getting close, but I'm still not like perfectly happy with what it's doing. But I'm gonna have to sleep on it to decide exactly what I want to do with it. I think what I'll do now is, how late is it? I'm gonna get off in probably like 15-20 minutes, but first I just want to if I'm happy with the beam sword thing when I wake up tomorrow, I'll polish it further. But before that, right now, I just want to set up another. I want to set up another. I want to set up a. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to read that at some point too, bro. Yeah, like this, the scat man gets the. It does a little bit of beatbox or whatever. It's like a retro inspired soundtrack. Actually, let's put a let me turn on Gore's theme real quick from Gore Screen Show. It's such a good. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite. One of my favorite VN tracks. I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. This track's awesome too. I think it's this one. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. This shit goes so hard. I think I need a track. You probably. I'm trying not to let it be too loud, but I need something like this. I need to make something like this for Castle. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I wanted to do. I just want to the poison attack. I want to just get a quick feel for setting up. So basically, this is like the rough. Let me just make sure that beam sword's safe. Okay, it's good. Alright, so we're just gonna get rid of all this crap. Oops. We'll do it. Yeah, I need a tune like that. Go back to Yumaniki. They eat the the remake of Gore. I actually don't know. I totally forgot that they were even making that. I totally forgot that was even a thing. They said it was gonna have like new story stuff. I don't know what that entails, but I suppose I am excited for whatever the hell it is. As long as the original writer is brought back. Or a good writer. What happened to the... Oh, I see. Okay. Alright, I just want to see... Just by stringing these roughs together in sequence exactly what... Because I like I said, I don't have like a perfect image for what this shit's gonna look like, but... Sometimes I just have to let the thing... Sometimes I have to just let the thing tell me what it wants to be. Okay, I already, just even taking a minute away from the beam sword animation, I think I already have a decent idea of what I want to do with it, where I want to take it. Okay. It's pretty silly looking, but I think I have a vision for what I want to do with this thing. We're gonna make it so that the bubbles kind of grow, and then they kind of start popping, and then the central one will finally pop. I think the trick is that the central one needs to pop in like a more dramatic type way, like a more it needs like a more circular kind of pop to it, like a that kind of effect, like a parting the clouds type effect. Yeah. Do you think stock animation could be used in a game, or would any RPG have to make these from scratch? I find personally stock assets in like an RPG really bother me. I don't mind if it's like a horror game. Like Witch's House uses some stock stuff and it's really cool, and there's no RPG battles in that. Honestly, I'd rather, and this is me being a bit of a Famicom. This is me being a little bit of a Famitard, but a lot of the time I'd honestly see no animation at all, like the Famicom sometimes did, than a stock animation. That's just me personally. I mean, a lot of people don't care. I mean, there's a reason RPG Maker has a whole culture around it that uses stock assets. A lot of people just don't care. So.
It just depends on how serious what you're making is. If you're making it...
It was looking better, but it's back to the same issue, except the effect is short and stuff. Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, Charles. Yeah, I have an idea for how to fix it for sure.
If it's a silly low investment thing, then it's just whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's just a simple. I promise you, Charles.
If you're making an actual serious thing, you can't use stock.
Yes. If it's a serious thing, don't use stock. Yeah. I promise you, Charles, we will solve the issue by tomorrow.
Is Charles your you know, whatchamacallit, is he over your shoulder as usual?
Yes, Charles is my, he's my QA.
Yeah.
Trying to sell to a larger market, I guess.
Well, it's just if you're making an actual thing, if you're making some dumb shit.
Yeah. Like if you're concerned with every bit of the storytelling landing, if you're concerned with like every aspect of the
Yeah, if you're making a real product.
Exactly. It's just like, oh, you want everything to be custom made for the thing. Because the issue with the stock assets is just that they don't synergize with the other elements to the extent you want. So it's really just a quality thing. It's just like
yeah, if we're thinking about it, if we take like a moral thing out of the equation, if it's just like, oh, what does it do to the product, it creates this like
Yeah, a less directed, less controlled
Yeah,
product.
it
yeah.
feels like shit, you know.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it never,
Yeah. That's why you only want to see it in something you're taking less seriously.
Yeah. But if it's a thing that's supposed to be like silly.
But yeah, if it's exactly,
yeah,
if
like
it's
a VTuber bait thing or something, then
exactly.
it's just whatever. Yeah. It's you.
Bobby, what's left for the demo? Finishing dungeon animation crap. Coloring some CGs. Well, as you can see, because I'm working on them, implementing a few more spells. Oh, do you mean the battle demo? The battle demo too just needs like 4 more spells, I want to say. 4 or 5 more spells. That's it. Just like 4 or 5 more spells. I did want to add more AI, or we're not going to use that word. We're going to use CPU behavior. I wanted to add new CPU behavior to the battle demo as well. So that could add like a little bit of extra work, but it's mostly just like, it's basically just short answer, like 4 more spells basically. If you mean chapter 1, then a bit more shit, but not too much. I keep thinking about a scene I read in Jewelry Hearts but I pretty early hit enter, my bad, and after yeah, oh man, that scene is so good. Every scene, that's one of those games where it's kind of similar to Umineko, where like the first time you see a scene, it's sick. It physically recoils. Yeah, exactly. You see a scene for the first time and it's fire, and then like you get deeper into the game and like you get like toward the end and stuff, and then you get a new perspective on everything anyway that like makes everything just like even sicker. It goes so hard. Yeah. It's as far as like things I wish I could experience for the first time again, it's like definitely high on that list. I just started the sequel, but I don't have much time to read it. I'm very excited about the sequel. A lot of people were saying the sequel is even better than the first one, which wouldn't surprise me considering at like what a fast rate Fuyuo Akane is like evolving as a writer. Let's see. I think I'm like checked out on. I think the part of my brain that's thinking about animation is getting kind of checked out at this point. I think I have to take a break and do something else. Oh, that looks stupid. Let's see. Oh shit. CPU sounds like real video game shit. Exactly. Now we're cooking. Yo, all plus. Mr. Blast. Yeah, we are doing good. All plus. We're doing quite good. We it was a bit of a slow, painful last couple months, but good progress being made with everything, and I'm just so eager to show the shit. I'm just so eager to get some shit released. I'm trying to just not to even think too hard about it all. Alright, let's see what happens. I at least just want to get a feeling for like, yes, okay, I definitely want this like bubble thing to pop. I want to at least know if I'm happy with this concept. I think what we should actually do is add another one where it goes nuts. Let's see what happens. I just want to make sure I'm sold on the concept. Yeah, I think it'll do. I mean, it's cliche, but a popping bubble is good for poison shit. So we'll just keep fiddling along that line of thought later. But yeah, I'm kind of like animationed out right now, so I will get off and work on some other shit. So no, I haven't started it yet, but I don't plan on playing it just because it doesn't look like a particularly fun game. But I really want to see the story, so I'm gonna watch a whole playthrough of it and stuff. Just, you know, I believe in Ryu. I can't imagine he didn't write a really good story for it. So it's probably not the most interesting thing he wrote. Yeah, we'll make it a lot more interesting, Charles. Once we fiddle with it. This is just like, I'm just trying to like visualize like if I really want a poison bubble or not. But I'm pretty sure we do, but yeah. Let's thank you for coming, everyone. We will be back. I lost faith. I'll do it. My commentated Garo cosplay will restore your faith. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Charles. Exactly. Like like something where it's like I want to make it like kind of like do like a spasm, yeah, like a spasm before it goes or whatever. But yeah, thanks for showing up, Taba, everyone. Will, Fuzzy, Chris.